Anyone want to check their mics?
Yes,
They're on.
it's on.
Yes.
Did you give me the wrong meeting number?
On the top of it.
Mr. Bully, good afternoon.
I'm just going to test my mic. Can you all hear me back there? Can you hear? I'm just testing the mic. We've been having some issues. We'll be recording in about a minute.
I'm just adjusting my.
You good? Calling the meeting to order. It is the Woodcreek City Council meeting, August the 11th at 2 p.m. in Woodcreek, Texas. We'll have our invocation.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this time that we have, that we can come together and talk about the affairs of the city of Woodcreek. Father, we just pray that you would be here, you'd be omniscient, omnipresent, that you would do all that your hand will be in everything that we do today. And as we go forward, that we would understand that that wisdom and patience is required to do all of these things. And we pray that the city of Woodcreek would understand that as we move forward in each of the issues that we deal with, and that we would use the wisdom that we have as we do that. Pray that in his name. Amen.
Councilmember Rathko, if you'll lead us in the pledges, please.
Happy to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor and respect the flag.
pledge allegiance to thee,
Texas,
one state, under God, one and indivisible.
And City Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Gloria Whitehead,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Aurora LeBrun,
Here.
Councilmember Judy Brizendine. Here. Councilmember Bob Hambrick,
Here.
Councilmember Brent Pulley.
Here.
Councilmember Jeff Rasco.
Here.
We have a quorum and we will proceed. I'm looking at the public comments request. At the beginning of the meeting, Dorothy, is it Tassion? I'm sorry, pronouncing your name.
Hello, my name is Dorothy Tashin, and I live at 39 Brook, Meadow. My husband and I are staunchly opposed to the Oaks development. My neighbor, Emma Davenport, who lives at 35 Brook Meadow, is unable to be here today. Emma has given me permission to read her letter, in which she also shares opposition to the Oaks development. When we buy a home, we are buying more than just a home. We buy into a neighborhood, and we consider the area as a whole. Those of you who bought houses on the golf course rightly expect to enjoy the view and the way of life you bought into, without fear that someday our city will change that without consent. Those of us who bought our homes in the Brook Meadow area of Woodcreek bought at least in part because of lots generally bigger than in other areas of Woodcreek. Our city should not change what residents bought into without the full consent of a majority of the residents affected. It seems dangerous to make this one exception because any sensible person has to realize it will not be the last request, especially given that there are a number of acreage lots in the Brook Meadow area of Woodcreek. Approval of the Oaks will set a precedent that will be used to support development of one lot after another as they become available for sale. Thus, you will have changed forever the Brook Meadow neighborhood, and you will have done it without the consent of most of us who live here. Just because you can find a way to do something doesn't mean it won't harm our neighborhood. Please protect what we have in Woodcreek and what we uniquely have in our Brook Meadow neighborhood, and do not start on that slippery slope that will eventually make Woodcreek just another Kyle or Dripping Springs. Above all, please listen to we the people who have trusted you to represent us. We do not want to become bigger. What we want is to know our neighborhood and our way of life here will be protected, and that you will not allow profit motive to change our beloved neighborhood. Please listen and hear what we are saying and vote against a neighborhood. And finally, to whom are you listening? To a developer who made an attractive presentation, who will take his profit and leave, never to be a part of the community? To those few who would benefit financially from selling to the developers? We ask that you honor the will of the people you represent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's Jerry Cashin.
Good morning. My name is Jerry Tashin, and I also live at 39 Brook Meadow. At the Woodcreek Council meeting in September 2019, I shared concerns of the ricocheting effect the proposal to rezone 3 Brook Meadow from single-family dwellings to multiple family units. I felt passing the rezoning proposal would set a strong, irreversible precedent for future requests. It started with the developers building Woodcreek apartments, then rezoning to allow the construction of the townhomes on 3 Brook Meadow. And now Mr. Town is requesting to rezone Lot 12, enabling a planned development district with smaller than the approved current lot size. If rezoning requests continue to be granted, what grounds would current Brook Meadow residents have to prevent developers like Mr. Town from purchasing the adjacent large acre lots 1, 2, 3, and 4 in Section 6 as they become available? This would continue the path established to allow the building of single-family homes with extremely small lots as opposed to the majority of larger lots currently in Brook Meadow, or to rezone single-family units to multifamily units. If the objective to approve the proposed request is a financial one for the city of Woodcreek, then and only then, the division of the 5-acre lot could be divided into 5 1-acre sites with hypothetically priced homes at 1.4 million for a total revenue base of 7 million, as opposed to the 16 homes, again theoretically priced at 425,000 and a value of 6.8 million. Property tax income to Woodcreek with larger homes on bigger lots may conceivably bring more tax dollars to Woodcreek. The proposal would preserve the integrity of Brook Meadow community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Ed Jones?
I was gonna wait until the issue came up.
Well, okay, I can call you back then. That's all that you wanted to be before number 5. So that will be the next item after our consent items. Carl Weldon.
Hi, I'm Carl Weldon and live at 13 Brook Meadow, and I too oppose this development. As I think most people who live in Woodcreek appear to, the close neighbors to this development filed a protest, a formal protest. There's a gentleman who's done a petition throughout Brook Meadow and got 70 signatures, I understand, on that petition. And on the neighborhood app, somebody ran an informal poll. They had 115 responses. I looked earlier today, it could have changed since then. 99% are against this development. 99%. So I'm hoping that the city council, and we appreciate everything you do, will take into consideration that there seems to be overwhelming opposition to this development. Of course, there's concerns about drainage issues, and I'm concerned because from the regulations regarding a subdivision, it states that lots should be 12,000 square feet or greater, and this doesn't meet that criteria at all. And with as tightly as you enforce these ordinances, like for a small utility trailer or something like that, it seems like you would want to strongly enforce that requirement for somebody trying to build 16 houses. Anyway, again, appreciate all that y'all do, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Chris Grummert.
Good afternoon, neighbors. I actually don't know what I was planning on saying when I got up. I didn't actually plan on what I was saying. It was just kind of gentle sentiments. I'm the person he was referring to. I walked and knocked on every door in Brook Meadow, except for the apartments, because the apartment management doesn't like you knocking on doors there. So there was about 80 doors, of which those who answered the door, I got 77 people to sign the petitions. 77, 80 doors. It was very emotional for me. I could only handle it for a couple hours a day because the general sentiment was, the city isn't going to listen. They don't care. Why are you doing this? But good luck, I'll sign. Out of the people who answered the doors, only one supported this subdivision, but it was not specific to the subdivision. It was a property owner should be allowed to do what they want with their property. Now, I understand that thinking. I'm just not so absolute about it. This morning was discouraging at P&Z, but I'm going to have some papers I'm going to hand to you, as well as I'm going to hand you the formal signed documents of the petition. But I believe in the emails I sent you, you have all the signatures, all their comments, as well as some of the reiteration I'm going to be presenting to you. But let's talk about the general purposes and intent of zoning. The very first line, the primary purpose of this chapter is to promote the public health, safety, morals, and the general welfare of the city and its present and future residents. I'm just going to read some highlighted words and sections to this chapter 156.003. To provide a compatible plan, conserve existing and future neighborhoods, conserve, protect, as appropriate and consistent with the public interest to enhance the preservation of the environment. We are the public. This is my neighborhood. Protect and preserve the places and areas of historical and cultural importance. I would say Brook Meadow is that historical neighborhood. We're to lessen the congestion of the streets, prevent overcrowding of the land and undue concentration of population, promote compatible residential to harmoniously relate to existing community. This is our ordinance. Also, the proposed plans that you've gotten for the subdivision, there are two very specific codes that this does not meet. The first one is 50.37, impervious cover. The line that I'm highlighting and I will be presenting to you is the area considered for impervious cover is the gross site of the subject tract. That means all the 5 acres are to be considered to meet the 30%. And in that should be the roads, pavements, and driveways. This morning, the developer said that each individual lot will meet the 30% impervious cover. That is.
Mr. Grummer, your 3 minutes is up. If you'd like to wind that down, please. Thank
Okay,
you.
I will do one more sentence. 155.43, single family lots. And here's another code. So where wastewater facilities connected to the state-approved wastewater treatment plant are provided and water service for the state-approved public water supply is furnished, the minimum lot area shall be 12,000 square feet and the average width of each lot shall be 80. Only one lot in the proposed plan is 80.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Just a question,
Tilly?
are we going to be cutting the developer off with 3 minutes as well, or just only
I'm
citizens?
sorry, Mr. Pulley. What is your question?
My question is, are we only going to be cutting citizens off at 3 minutes, or are we going to cut the developer off at 3 minutes as well?
Just pillow comments.
It's a point of order, who gets 3 minutes and who doesn't?
Will our attorney please respond?
I think the difference is that one is a public comment, and public comments are limited to 3 minutes. And the other is a presentation under an agenda item, which doesn't have a similar time constraint.
Okay,
So I don't.
so developer gets to talk as much as he wants, but citizens.
Well,
are cut off 3 minutes, right?
actually, you're not recognized to continue, so would you
I
please
have a
sit
simple
down?
question for council. Is that?
Would
is
you
that our
please
position?
have
Is it
your seat,
people
Mr.
that
Pulley?
pay taxes only get 3 minutes.
You are
developer
out
gets to
of-
talk as much?
You're out of order.
Madam,
Please have your seat.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to answer the question if
If he
you'll
would sit.
indulge me.
If he would
I
sit.
understand. I understand.
I was raised to stand up when you talk. I'm not sure about you. Go ahead,
Understood.
sir.
That's fine. Councilmember Pulley, I don't think that's what it is. There is simply a difference under the rules of any meeting that provides for public comments. And public comments across the state of Texas for any city council meeting or any commissioners court meeting are very commonly and very consistently limited to 3 minutes. And it's not a matter of depriving someone of the opportunity to be heard. It is simply a very common rule across the state of Texas. And when someone is on the agenda, there is more latitude given for a full presentation to be made and also to provide for the opportunity for council members like yourself to be able to question.
Let me boil that down. The answer is he gets to talk as much as he wants. We get to talk 3 minutes, right?
He does not get to talk as much as he wants. It is subject to this meeting, and ultimately, this body has the opportunity to ask questions, but he can be cut off and is not entitled to speak as much as he wants. It's as this
My
council
position
allows.
is taxpayers should be able to talk as much as he does. I'm sorry if that violates something, but I think that's true.
That doesn't, and I appreciate you standing up for the citizens and saying that. but ultimately, these are common and consistent rules that have been adopted by this city for many, many years.
Thanks, Bud. Appreciate your analysis, sir.
You bet.
Ray Don Tilley, if you would like to follow.
Good afternoon. Appreciate your service to the community, and I appreciate the gravity of the situation that you're dealing with. I don't have what Chris has. I don't have what it takes to go and knock on 80 doors. And I think, we all owe a debt of gratitude to Chris for doing what you got to do. You got to find out what your neighbors want to do. There's a little dark humor in the conservation community that people name developments after the thing that they're destroying. But I wouldn't say that about the Oaks. I think there's still a chance. We were told in the P&Z this morning that to a certain extent, you have to follow the law. In fact, it was almost absolute. And that there are no ways to permanently restrict the use of land. Now, this may be splitting hairs, but I deal with permanent conservation easements. They are permanent. They are valuable, and you pay for them, and they are permanent. They go with the land. They can't be altered. So I think we should be careful about absolutes. And I think we should recognize that there is a process that a subdivision approval has to go through. Otherwise, it would be automatic. There would be no reason for us to be here. So your judgment is involved somehow, and people are listening to you, and people want you to recognize the residents of this community. I'm a writer, I'm a photographer, and a designer. And I have failed my friends, because I really wanted to look at this layout and come up with something better. I haven't had time. I've been busy. It's not my job to do this. But there is one person with the power in this room to give us some more time, come up with a better solution. It may not be P&Z, it may not be council, but the power exists. And I offer my hand friendly to help with that. Because I look around at the Toshins, the Weldons, the Davenports, the Pasalacquas, Grummerts, the Irwins, the Battalias, everybody in Brook Meadow, and I think we owe it to them to give this a better shot. And that means everyone in the room should give this a better shot. Yeah, it's a financial transaction, but I think there's, as they say, a lot of ways to skin this cat. There's a lot of ways to get there, and we just haven't found the right way yet. So let's not cut this short. Let's not miss an opportunity. Let's work together on this and do something for all the community.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jake Jacobson.
But I hope I don't go over 3 minutes. I'm notorious for that. As our city manager knows, it's hard for me to get a statement without a lot of adjectives and adverbs, but I'll try to keep it to a minute. The thing I want to start with is a comment that this town is no different than an oak tree. I've said this before. Oak trees are either going forward. When a tree grows, it's going forward, or it's dying. Oak wilt, whatever, it just dies. Lightning, it just dies. I'm hoping this city will continue forward with positive movement and positive growth. I'm saddened still by the fact that we're enduring some things. I am eternally upset over the fact that there's a lawsuit still pending between our good mayor and a council member. Wrong. As far as I'm concerned, somebody's wasting $20,000 of my money. I will particularly like that. Wimberley is not, and I want to repeat, is not a retirement community. There's a lot of people here that think that it is. There are a lot of retired people in Wimberley, but I tell you what, from where it was 10 years ago to where it is now, there's 10 times as many young families in this town as there were. I happen to have neighbors that have small children, and I really like it. So I would like for us to stop this attitude that it's retirement community. One of the reasons I'd like to do that is also maybe we can do driver's education for some of our retireds. I live on Brook, Meadow, and Shady Grove. And it's a slalom course. You have to dive in and out of trees. I've had this conversation that, again, moving forward or backward, we need to move some trees. That means cut them out of the middle of the street before we get somebody killed. We've had somebody that's hit cars, so it's wrong. But at any rate, that's a positive motion. The other is, with all these other things that are coming on, I would ask, it's difficult. There's some of us that have to work for a living. It's difficult to stop in the middle of the day and go to city council at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I think when we had them in the evening, it was much better. So I would just throw that out there for consideration, that city council meetings come back to where it's open time for everybody's attendance. Finally, I say it every year this time, every August. I've said it for all the years I've been here. It's fire season. We had a beautiful canopy this year. We had a lot of rain, but eventually that canopy is going to get wilty and die. It's going to get wilty and die, and we have fire potential. We are not, I repeat, we are not enforcing rules that are inside of our ordinances on keeping clear the low brush in open and vacant lots, and it can be a place that can start fires. So I'd ask that we consider that. Finally, Madam Mayor, please don't quit. Okay?
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Ed Jones, we will call you in a moment. If you would like to wait until after the next consent items, we'll call you back then. I have no other requests for public comment. I will ask that you all please refrain from clapping and cheering and speaking out when others are giving their public comments. At least have the decorum to honor this city council when we're meeting. I would appreciate that. I'm not at all pleased with that kind of outburst, and it's not appropriate for the city council.
Well, I'm going to make a point of order, object to that. I think that people have.
I
the
did
right to
not
express
recognize,
themselves.
I did not recognize you. You do not stand and start speaking.
I
Council
stand
Member
because
Pulley,
it's
have
polite.
your
I think people have
seat.
the right to express
Would we go
themselves.
on,
So, that's
please?
it.
I asked you to sit.
I don't want to. I think people have the right to express themselves. I think it's part of being in a democracy. And
You
I
know,
think that
Mr.
it's
Pulley,
okay.
you are
So,
not
okay.
recognized. And under the parliamentary procedures, you were to have your seat. You are
Okay.
out of
My
order.
point remains, people should have the
You
right
are
to speak.
out of
Period.
order. Bud, would you please order this person to sit?
Let's move on with the meeting.
I beg your pardon?
If he wants to stand, if he can stand, let's move on with the meeting.
Okay, you can stand while we go on with our
Thank you.
meeting.
Can I sit down now?
You can stand or sit as you
You
please.
can
Let's
stand
let's
as
move on.
long-
Thanks,
just-
bud. Appreciate it.
Just stop talking when you're not,
I'm not going to stop.
you're
talking.
not,
Little common sense rule.
yeah, no kidding.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay, well.
we are going to our consent agenda while we have our disruption as usual. The consent agenda, item 1, we're going to approve financial statements for June 2021, approve financial statements for July 2021, approve the special city council meeting minutes from July 8, 2021. Do I have a motion?
Mayor, I move that we approve those 3 consent agenda items.
Do I have a second?
I second that motion.
there any discussion? There being no discussion, City Secretary will call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem LeBrun,
Aye.
Councilmember Brizendine,
Aye.
Councilmember Hambrick,
Aye.
Councilmember Pulley,
Aye.
Councilmember Rasco.
We have a unanimous pass of the agenda items. We'll go to the regular agenda. Item 4, now, Mr. Jones, do you want to speak at this agenda item, or would you like to wait until after the recommendation? Your choice. Okay.
Is that close enough? Okay. I've struggled mightily with what I might say to the city council today to convince you to support the citizens of Brook Meadow. The proposed character change to the community, which is on the table before you today, has heavy, heavy opposition. The people have clearly expressed to Chris during his signature collection process, quote, "The entire city of Woodcreek government is definitely out of touch with the pulse of the community," end quote. If you haven't read Chris's articles in the Wimble Review today, you should take a look at it before you vote. Being governed through fear and intimidation is not the condition under which any of us want to live. When citizens are afraid to openly speak their minds, you, as representatives of the people, have failed at engendering the trust and faith of the people who elected you. I don't mean to presume to know how you might vote. However, my feelings, based on council's voting patterns, attitudes, and interactions observed during council meetings, imply citizens have little influence. The number of signatures on a petition could, as it should, convince you to support the direction expressed by the Brook Meadow citizens. It's evident from the signatures on the signed petitions, the comments on the Woodcreek neighborhood and Woodcreek United Community. The prevailing citizen options or opinions are against the proposed disruption of the original design of Brook Meadow. It's the reason we chose to move to a peaceful community. Information regarding the proposed subdivision between the contractor and the city manager were made public within minimum legal requirement timeframes. You must ask yourself, why can't the people be trusted to make informed decisions? That is, I believe, the cornerstone of government by the people. I hope your final position on this issue will support the will of the citizens. The people's opinions have been expressed and offered to you via signed petitions, social media, and in person. I'd like to be optimistic and positive about the outcome of your pending vote today in favor of the citizens' expressed position. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We appreciate it. There are no other public comments at this time, so we'll move forward on the regular agenda to item number 4. Consider a recommendation from the Woodcreek Planning and Zoning Commission regarding a preliminary plat request for the Oaks, 7 Brook Meadow Drive, Brook Meadow, Section 6, Lot 12, 5.032 acres. City Manager, would you please provide the recommendation?
Yes, the Planning and Zoning Commission did meet at 10 a.m. and their recommendation was to approve of the preliminary plat as presented, and the motion was 5-0. So it was a unanimous vote.
Thank you. So we will go to item 5, discussion and take appropriate action on a preliminary plat request for the Oaks, 7 Brook Meadow Drive, Brook Meadow, Section 6, Lot 12, 5.032 acres. And I will entertain a motion on this matter.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we accept planning and zoning's recommendation to allow the submission of the plat of lot 7, lot 6, section 6.
And do I have a second?
I second.
I have a motion to accept the recommendation of planning and zoning and a second. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Brasco.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question just based on some of the things that have come up. And maybe the city engineer or, oh, here, let me do that.
Thank you.
Is that better, Monica?
Thank you. Yeah.
So maybe a question for the city engineer, maybe for Mr. Town and his team. But I am always concerned about impervious cover, and based on the impervious cover requirements in our code, it says something about 30%. So does the 30% impervious cover, does that include everything on that 5+ acres, including the road, the drives, the houses, and everything? Is that?
So may I suggest that our developer be available for the questions, please? And also we have Kay Freese, I believe, is here, and I would like for our engineer as well to come up in just a moment, or come up, and then they'll be able to give you some information and make a few comments on their presentation.
I've got some other questions. No, I mean, one at a time.
Councilmember Rasco has the floor. Go right ahead.
No, I was asking about the impervious cover calculation for the entire 5-some odd acres, including the road, as is stated in our impervious cover code.
If you'd like me to answer that, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
To my understanding, if we went to PDD, then it would include the entire 5 acres. If it's a subdivision, then it's essentially each lot. Not that it would matter, because if we're at 30% on each lot, then we're at 30% on the.
Speak up, please. Just
Well, I'm speaking of, that's why, is it that? Okay.
speak
A little
into.
further away, yeah.
Yeah.
What I was saying is, if we went for a PDD, then it would include the entire 5 acres. As a subdivision, it's per lot, and it's 30% coverage ratio per lot.
If I can read from 50.37 impervious cover, section D, impervious cover limit calculations. Impervious cover limits in this section are expressed as a percentage of the gross site area of the subject tract. For purposes of calculation of impervious cover limits, the gross site area includes water quality buffer zone areas and critical environmental feature setback areas. So it seems like, Mr. Attorney, that it seems like it should cover the entire 5 acres.
Even if it does, I'm saying that we're under 30%.
Under 30% for the entire 5.
Correct.
Okay.
You do not have the floor, Mr. Pulley. Mr. Pulley does not have the floor. So would you-
I don't appreciate comments about the way I look.
You-
I don't appreciate comments about the way I look.
Okay,
You're out
thank
of order,
you.
too.
Thank you.
Can I get a-
Okay,
can I get a
let's
gavel?
get this under order here. Councilmember Brasco has the floor. Councilmember Pulley, you do not. Go ahead, Councilmember Brasco, please.
Okay, so if in fact it is, I mean, that's something that we're obviously going to be looking at. You know, we're sort of faced with a situation where we have an ordinance, number 155, where parts of the ordinance sort of contradict the other. Like 155.43 says that the lots have to be 12,000 square feet. But then you go down to 155.44, and for some unknown reason, it said, well, if it's under 12,000 square feet, you can be 70-foot lot lines. So, we are dealing with a flawed ordinance. We're dealing with some very impassioned neighbors that I don't think you really want to, sort of run afoul of and just be this, horrible monster. I mean, I know you're a good developer. I know that you've done some, really fine homes in La Ventana and otherwise. And is there, would you consider, going back and saying, why can't I do a little mini La Ventana? Would that make everybody, we could do a town hall, you get some feedback. I don't want you, suffering from, just sort of 99% of the people in this town thinking that you're something other than you are. I know that you want to maximize your returns on your investment. I don't blame you a bit. If I own that property, I'd be doing the same thing. But if you can basically do the same thing with 5 really nice homes that people will buy in a heartbeat, and keep everybody happy, then it's a win, a win, a win, because we get our property tax revenue that the city wants. You make a nice profit on the sale of the homes, and all your neighbors are happy, and it sets a precedent, for the rest of the city. The property values in the rest of Brook Meadow don't come down because it's not as attractive as it used to be. Everybody's happy. I just hope that, maybe, good minds will prevail here, and we can come up with something that everybody can work together on and be proud of. And that's pretty much all I have to say. I do speak from personal experience, though, because when you sort of move into an area and you expect things, to be as they are, and that's the reason you move there, and then all of a sudden somebody makes a decision that really changes everything, changes the character of in our case, our street. And you just feel like there's nothing you can do about it. You don't wake up happy to be there anymore. And, I want Woodcreek to be a place where we all wake up very, very happy that we're here, that we're proud to be from Woodcreek and not just a part of Wimberley. And this is our chance to work together to do it. I just hope it will, just take it under consideration. Thank you, Mr. Town.
Did you have something? Oh, okay. Councilmember Pulley.
Yes, a couple of questions. You're telling me, I understand that the road is not included in your impervious cover calculations, sir?
At this time, I think we're going to basically say that that's something that you're going to have to look into. I think you should look into that. I just said that I think you should look into it. Because
So could
planning
we-
and zoning voted
Could we
unanimously
have our
that we're okay.
engineer, could we have our engineer come up? Because our engineer has those answers. We're asking the engineer to come forward. Would you stop talking over me, Councilmember Pulley? Your question has been asked and you were answered. Would you please? Your question was asked and answered. Well, that's a shame. Could we go on, please?
Yes.
You can make your presentation, and I think several others. You got your answer. You received your answer. Oh, he'll look into it for you. Let's go forward. I would like the engineer to,
Okay,
I would like the engineer to address the project. I am
It's-
asking the engineer, Pulley, would you stop talking over me? When you become mayor, you can sit up here and do that. Until then, please take your seat. All right, here's the deal. We're going into executive session right now. Thank you.
It is.
Oh, you are so full of it. You are full of it. Sit down. Talk responsible on you. You will be removed.
Madam,
You
Madam
will
Mayor,
be removed.
Madam Mayor,
Let's go to county.
Madam Mayor, can I ask you, can I ask you a question?
We should be able to have this meeting and address this issue and respect each other. I'm sorry, please, Brent. We're here, we have citizens who are here waiting to hear. All we have asked is for the engineer who has reviewed this plan to add information to your question. It is not, I don't believe it's a refusal to answer your question. We're asking the city engineer to expand and explain to you the circumstances of the road in regard to impervious cover. Please allow him to present that.
One question with the developer I'd like to have.
But he asked, and what we're asking,
Bud, would you
Brent,
please help us
he
on that?
asked, Brent, for the sake of the meeting and the citizens here, please allow the representative of the city engineers to expand, and then the developer may add. He answered your question. We're just asking the city engineer to address, and if you still have questions, I'm sure it will be answered, but please allow this meeting to continue.
Here is,
We understand.
Madam Mayor Pro
I'm
Tem,
asking you to please allow this meeting to continue for the sake of the citizens who are here. Please,
Madam Mayor Pro Tem,
please.
may I?
Bud?
Here is what I would suggest, and I believe this is a reasonable course of action. There is a question regarding impervious cover. If, in fact, the engineer can provide insight on that question, then I believe the engineer should provide insight so that we can have some measure of potential resolution on that issue. Then, if after the engineer provides insight on that issue, and Councilmember Pulley has an additional question that he would like to ask of Mr. Towns, that would certainly be a good opportunity to do that. But allowing the engineer to intervene and provide some
Yes,
thought at this
it's
point
appropriate.
would allow for resolution on the issue. Now, if in the interim, there is some issue that relates to a point of law and legal advice that needs to be provided, and we need to discuss that, we can certainly at any point convene into executive session to do that. But if everyone is agreeable with this proposed course of action, I do not believe that there would be a point of law on which I could give advice that would warrant convening into executive session. And Councilmember Pulley, I'll ask with your permission, would it be acceptable for our engineer to briefly intervene, provide some insight, and then ultimately, I think the mayor would agree that after that, if you have a follow-up question of Mr. Towns, that could take place.
Great.
That's absolutely what I intended.
I imagine, Mayor.
Obviously,
I
that's
know.
what I intended.
I know.
Was
I
to
know.
have our engineer stop laughing. That is rude. Rude.
I
So,
think let's let the engineer talk. At this point, I do believe that's what the mayor intended.
yes, it is.
But let's let him talk and let's move on with the meeting as Mayor.
That's good.
The mayor has already said that, yes.
Already said that. Thank you
Okay.
very much. And
No,
would you
that's fine.
please try to address the
Yes,
issues
the
that
impervious cover
all
question.
of us were interested in? Thank you.
As far as the impervious cover, as far as the ordinance, I believe that they're taking only 30%, but per lot. I don't believe that they're taking into the road. Now, that is something that will be taken into consideration. It is taken into consideration when it comes to drainage and the tension calculations. So that will be, it is on the calculations presented, but I don't believe when it comes to the ordinance, that is what it is. Because I thought it was going to be just per lot.
Okay, so in other words, you're saying you haven't actually made that
No, we do take that into consideration, but I look at it from an engineering standpoint. Yes, I have. It is in part of the impervious cover calculation. What is the impervious cover? Well, that's the thing. I think it's a little more than 30% if you take into account. It does not? How is that?
I think one of your stuff.
It's okay.
Would you identify yourself?
Yes, I'm Bradley Wilkins. I work with Kimley Horn, and I'm Rick's engineer.
Please speak up a little bit.
Sure. So,
Over the
like
meeting.
Rick said, if this were to be a planned development district with the gross site area being 5 acres, that impervious cover limitation would be based on that acreage, and the road would be included in that. When you subdivide a property per the ordinances, the roadway impervious cover is not included in that 30%. That's not to say when this development gets built out, impervious cover will exceed 30%, but per ordinance, the limitation on impervious cover is on a lot by lot basis. The impervious cover in the right of way is driven by the roadway width requirements.
Your interpretation of the ordinance does not include the road in your impervious cover calculation.
We've included the roadway in our impervious cover calculations as it relates to drainage and detention. This is a preliminary plat document, and so the subdivision construction plans and ultimately the homes that are built out will affect the true number that comes through. This is a preliminary plat.
So you don't have a number in terms of what your impervious cover number is if you include the road.
It's going to be, I mean, our calculations, yeah.
So Aurora.
Sure, I can answer
Aurora-
that.
Mayor Pro Tem LeBron would like to. I'm giving Mayor LeBron the floor now. Go ahead.
I just want to ask
She can comment on your comment.
I would
Yeah.
like to ask a question if I may. Just go ahead.
Sure.
She'll come back to you.
It is at
I
30%.
will come back to Councilmember Pulley. We're giving Mayor Pro Tem LeBron the floor now.
I just have a quick question of clarification.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If I live where I live, if I wish to build, we have a road, 10 Wilson Circle is my street. If I make a decision to build a home on a lot on 10 Wilson Circle, does the impervious cover of my road enter into the calculations of the impervious cover for what I'm building?
No, that's for your lot. It will be the impervious cover per your lot. That's what it is. And that's what they're saying is when they subdivided this into lots, they take into consideration the impervious cover of each lot. Now, when it came down to the calculations presented on sheet 7, the proposed impervious cover is at 30%. And that includes the road and the houses and the driveways as well. So that's where it comes down to. That's what we look for.
Thank you. I just had that question. Thank you, sir. Thank you for allowing me to ask a question.
Yeah, so, well, no, the answer to your question is it includes the road. The answer to your question on page 7, it includes the road at 30% and the driveways.
Couple of questions. Are you complying with section 155.43 of our rules that say that a lot has to be 12,000 square feet? Are you complying with that or not?
It's 155.44.
Are you complying with the rules that say you have to have 12,000 square feet? Are you?
Brenton?
We are.
Brenton, would you please address the exception?
Sure. In 155.44.
I'm not talking about 4.4, I'm talking about 4.3. Are you complying with?
Yeah, Councilmember Foley.
Who in the world do you think you're speaking with? What do you mean you're not? What do you mean? You need to settle down right now. Now, I've just now asked the manager to please clarify the issue of the exception. You are getting what? You're getting this. Brenton, would you please clarify?
I'm not interested in what Brett has to say. I want to know what he has to say in compliance with our rules.
Council member, your rule states lots other than single-family residential and single-family residential lots smaller than 12,000 square feet. This is section
Thank you.
155.44. 155.44 states the minimum lot area dimensions, building setbacks, and side yard requirements for other than single-family residential use and for lots smaller than 12,000 square feet will be considered on an individual basis based on the ability of the existing and proposed street system to handle traffic generated, availability of water and wastewater service, capability of providing adequate fire protection, and provision of off-street parking facilities. The subdivider shall submit a site plan showing building location, building separation, off-street parking, and such details may be required to adequately evaluate the proposed subdivision.
No.
No, because we comply with this next section.
Something else that we can, I guess, as a government bailout, give you smaller lots because you want the government to help you back, right?
Mr. Pooley, with all due respect, when you shook our hands and said you're going to cause a circus today, I do understand what you mean now. On your way in, it's inappropriate. I mean, we are adhering to everything in 155.44. That's what went in front of P&Z this morning. That's what was approved. I don't know where you're coming from other than creating issues that you're trying to basically put us in a position where you think we can't handle it. We're trying to answer your questions with facts, with your own zoning ordinance, with our page 7. We're letting you know that we took the road into consideration with impervious coverage. We're letting you know that we do not adhere to 155.43 because it wasn't what the project was submitted under. It was submitted under 155.44. So to ask us a question over and over about something that we did not even submit on is a circus, like you said it would be.
Well, let me say this. I appreciate the fact that you're about fact. The fact is you're violating our ordinance. Right?
No.
And you need us to grant you an exception or a variance.
Okay.
I will let your attorney answer that question.
Councilmember,
Councilmember Pulley.
Mayor Pro Tem LeBron has the floor now.
No, we have not asked for a
I'm
variance.
recognizing Mayor Pro Tem
Okay.
LeBron.
I think that I would like to address this from the perspective of someone who purchased a home and lives on a lot that was not 12,000 square feet. And there's an ordinance and you have to read the full ordinance. And yes, the ordinance at one section says the lot should be 12,000 by 800. However, what I have spent a lot of time reviewing your plans. I've also spent a lot of time reading the ordinances. And I would like to take a few minutes to have the opportunity to say something from a perspective of a longtime resident. And if you would indulge me, please. I have been reading for the past few days a lot of activity on social media. And I do read, I am not a troll, but I do read everything that is posted that has to do with city business because I need to know what the citizens think, want, and would like to see. It was said that council members were not answering because we have been advised by an attorney to not provide answers and to be defensive. At this point in my life, I talked to 2 attorneys. One is my son-in-law. The other one is the city attorney. Neither one of them have advised me to do so. The reason I chose not to participate in the discussion, there were already 2 council members participating. Had I entered, it would have been a quorum, and it would have been in violation of the Texas Open Meetings Act. I was elected and sworn to uphold the laws of the state, and that's one law I decided to uphold. I was here last month when the developers made a presentation I was very clear with the developers that I wanted to see improvements in the number of units and also to impervious cover. There is precedent in this city, such as Oak Orchard Enclave, where the city award, I was not a council member, Mr. Pulley and Mr. Rascal were, where the city, there was a variance of 35% for the residential lots, and there was also a variance of 50% impervious cover for 2 lots that would be commercial. There's precedent in the city for this type of development. This is not creating a precedent. We now have, I asked you, would you consider impervious pavers? Would you consider rainwater collection? And what my questions were coming from reviewing Oak Orchard Enclave and the steps that that developer took to mitigate the variance that he received on the impervious cover. You have now presented a plan. You have reduced by 3 homes. My review of the plan shows that you're complying with impervious cover requirements. You're also providing some green spaces. And when after you reviewed this, I spent time also looking at what are the city ordinances. One ordinance that I want to bring up is Ordinance 29-163, which adopted the Vision 2030 Master Plan of the city. This plan is the plan we must follow when we're governing this city. The plan includes strategies and goals that we must consider. Goal number 4 states, review land use policies to ensure the success of Woodcreek by attracting potential residents and providing for future needs. One of the objectives under this strategy is to improve and expand housing stock by encouraging new types of housing in appropriate locations by 2030. Size of lots, I also looked at that. And you're absolutely right, the concerned member Pulley, section 155.3 of the Code of Ordinances specifies a minimum area. However, section 155.44 of the same ordinance allows for lots smaller than 12,000 square feet to be considered on an individual basis and establishes requirements for such considerations. This project has met those requirements, which include a traffic study, which I have reviewed. In addition to city ordinances, we in the city of Woodcreek must follow state law and rules. Under these requirements, it is my understanding, and the city attorney can correct me, that a municipal authority shall approve a plan under certain conditions. I don't see discretion. If the conditions are met, we must approve. Thank you.
I just wanted to state that the only reason I'm speaking, and then I'll acknowledge you, I wanted to make a comment that the reason that I was suggesting that we go into executive session, which is totally legal, if I chose to do that at any time during the meeting where we needed to get legal counsel on any matter. Rather than go in, would you please address the issue of whether the ordinances, when met by law, are to be approved?
I don't think.
Or do we need to go to executive session to instruct?
We had a similar issue this morning in planning and zoning. Excuse me. Yeah, we had a similar issue this morning in planning and zoning, where I think that requires me to get into a deeper analysis that has other implications. And I would not be comfortable giving that advice under my ethical obligations to the city without going into executive session. That being said, I would be comfortable at this point saying the law says what the law says. And if we want to dive into this deeper, can if you want, then I'm happy to dispense that advice in executive session.
And I'd also like our engineer to just state, for the record, your analysis of the circumstances of the subdivision and whether or not it in fact has met the requirements under law.
Well, I'm gonna object if he's gonna, like, tell us what he thinks the law is. He's not confident.
I'm asking him to give his opinion of the status of his review, and you did not get recognized to speak. Go ahead. Mr. Brees, go ahead.
I'll respond in a second.
Okay,
Go
thank you.
ahead.
At this point, for their review, yes, because this is a preliminary plat. At this point, yes, they meet those requirements. Now, does that mean that it's going to stop there? No. There's going to be more analysis once they get into the permitting process. It's just not going to, they have to abide by city ordinances, by construction codes, engineering codes. So it's not only just the ordinances, but for this preliminary plat, yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes,
so-
it meets the ordinances.
Okay,
It meets
so-
our preliminary plat.
So hold on. Let me follow up on this. Councilmember Pulley, I want to answer your question. So everyone in this room understands the point that Councilmember Pulley was making. He's a trial lawyer, so am I. It is very common for a trial lawyer to object to someone providing testimony because their testimony calls for an ultimate legal conclusion. Now, for everyone sitting in this room, we're not sitting in a court of law, and so an objection cannot be lodged that our engineer is attempting to provide an ultimate legal conclusion. However, everyone on this council retains the independent authority and discretion to consider and weigh all of the different sources of information in front of it. If this were a court of law, in my opinion, the way that it would work is that our engineer would be asked a series of questions to prove up his professional credentials. Then, after proving up his professional credentials, he would then be tendered as an expert witness. If accepted as an expert witness by the court, our engineer would then be asked to provide conclusions on certain issues that may have an impact on the law. If our engineer was not accepted as an expert witness by the court, then he would be precluded from offering certain testimony and certain opinions. Now, the wise minds that have been elected by this city to serve on this council are not going to have the benefit of a judge saying, yes, Mr. Engineer, you are admitted as an expert and you may proceed with providing your testimony on this issue. However, you have the independent authority and discretion to review the code of ordinances, review the plans in front of you, and consider the recommendation of the city engineer in determining how it is that you proceed on this vote when this vote is ultimately cast.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to call the question.
No,
Yes, that'd be fine.
Speak one more time. Otherwise, we're gonna call a vote, you're gonna have to super majority vote. So let me go.
What was this comment? What was this comment?
I'm not sure, but I would suggest to let Mr. Pulley make.
I don't have any problem with Mr. Pulley having one more question.
Very good.
Okay.
Number one, but you would agree that it really is a violation of law for someone to make a legal opinion not properly licensed. In my world, I feel a lot of engineers, if they straighten with that kind of an area, they put their license at risk. So congratulations. I don't think his.
Just another threat.
In terms of ordinance, in terms of clear language of the ordinance, they're violating. You know, it would be up to us, if we want to grant them a variance for them to proceed, but they haven't asked for it. You know, so, I mean, we have immediately, the Meetings Act problem if we vote yes to this, because we're going to grant them effectively a variance that they never asked for, and it was never on the agenda. So immediately, you got a legal problem. Hurt you. Come back.
Perhaps you could add that to your lawsuit.
Yeah.
You're out of order.
We have the opinion of our attorney. We have the opinion of our manager and staff. We have the opinion of our
I just want to finish.
engineer, and we have a call the question. We have to call the question.
I second calling the question.
Yeah.
Okay, we need a simple majority on that. Call a vote on that, see if we got a simple majority.
Did require a majority.
Otherwise, the whole thing.
What's this now?
Councilmember Pulley, what is your authority on that?
I beg your pardon?
All I want to do is finish my statement, then you can vote. If they want-
Let's, that,
Well, I thought that he finished. Are we going on?
I have no problem going ahead if it's okay with the mayor, going ahead and finish making.
Quite all right.
No.
No.
One more question.
Their version of the law. I think the final just do not have the obligations to approve this. We should, particularly in the case of neighborhood opposition. I think that, they're violating ordinances. They're not requesting burnings. It should be no. And I think that God should end up. I think each and every one of us should remember who votes.
I'm sure we will.
The wishes of the community. And
Mhm.
did vote.
Okay, we're moving forward.
Thanks.
We appreciate that so much. All right. We have a motion on the floor. We had a second.
Call the question.
I second.
We've asked for calling the question.
Call the question.
City secretary will call the roll.
I thought
Bob, he
I'm
did.
sorry.
Bob seconded.
He seconded.
Calling the question.
You're calling the question. Are we having a vote on calling the question?
You have to.
Yeah.
It's a two-thirds,
Okay,
it's a
okay.
two-thirds vote.
I'm calling the question.
Okay.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem LeBrun,
Okay, we're voting on the calling. Aye.
calling the question. Councilmember Brizendine,
Aye.
Councilmember Hambrick,
Aye.
Councilmember Pulley,
This is a violation of our law. I can't possibly support that. So it should be no.
Councilmember Rasco.
Aye, I'll call the question.
I'm sorry.
Yes, aye, we can call the question.
Okay. So
No, we're
Now-
voting to call the question.
Okay, yeah, I thought yes. Sorry. I got it worked up for nothing.
All right,
Imagine
now, we have a motion to approve the subdivision filing. We have a second. We've had discussion. We're calling the question. City secretary will call the roll.
Councilmember Hambrick,
Aye.
Councilmember Pulley,
Breaking the law. I'm gonna vote no.
Councilmember Rasco,
No.
Councilmember Brizendine,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem LeBrun,
Aye.
Motion carries 3-2. We'll move on to the next item of our agenda. Item 6, I am going to remove it at this time, and we'll take that up at another time. We're going to item 7, discussion and take appropriate action on an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Woodcreek, Texas, amending the zoning classification of city-owned property, Woodcreek Section 6A, Lot 68, further identified as Hayes County Appraisal District Parcel ID Number R49178, Woodcreek, Texas, from the Greenbelt District GB to Public Park P1. And just for the record, we have items 7 and 8 deal with the rezoning or the zoning classification of the parks that we met last month and approved. So item 6, do I have a motion? Oh, excuse me, 7.
I'd like to make that motion.
We have a motion.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Rasco. Do we have a second?
Happy to state it. Do you want me to state the motion? I mean, it's just. I
I'm
move that
sorry,
we-
what?
I move that we approve
I'm just.
changing, and I'll just break it down to the R49178, Woodcreek, Texas, from Greenbelt District GD to Public Park 1.
And I do not have a second. I do not have a second. So we'll move on.
Just point of order real quick. What's the address for that particular parcel?
That is the Brook Hollow
Yes, that's
property, number 7. So what do I do if I don't have a second? We just motion fails? Move on. We're going to item 8 and discussion and take appropriate action on an ordinance of the City Council, the City of Woodcreek, Texas, amending the zoning classification, city-owned property, Woodcreek Section 2, further identified as Hayes County Appraisal District parcel ID number R48797. This is the Champion Circle property. Do I have a motion?
So move that we approve the motion, or make a motion to approve Hayes County Appraisal District parcel ID number R48797 of Woodcreek, Texas, from Government Services G to Public Park P1.
I second that motion.
I have a second. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? This is the Champion's property. Is that correct? Right. Any discussion? We'll call the question.
Councilmember Rasco,
Aye.
Councilmember Pulley, Mayor Pro Tem LeBrun,
Aye.
Councilmember Brizendine,
Aye.
Councilmember Hambrick,
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We will go to item 9. Discussion and take appropriate action on an ordinance calling and ordering the general election for city officers to be held on November 2, 2021, for the purpose of electing a mayor and 2 at-large council members for the city of Woodcreek, Texas, to serve 2-year terms and requiring compliance with applicable state law. So, council, manager,
This is just required by law that the council has to call the election.
so I need a motion.
Make a motion that we pass this particular ordinance.
Okay, Councilmember Hambrick, do I have a second?
I second that motion.
Second, Councilmember Brizendine. Any discussion? City Secretary will call the roll.
Councilmember Hambrick,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem LeBrun,
Aye.
Councilmember Rasco,
Aye.
Councilmember Pulley,
Aye.
and Councilmember Brizendine.
Aye.
Okay.
A motion to reconsider.
Uh,
I'd like to reconsider item number 7, and see if we can get, we were sort of distracted at the time. I thought it was odd that motion, died for a lack of second when it was something that we've been discussing, and the Parks Board came to us with this plan, and we weren't all at the table, and I just see if we can reconsider that motion and get it to
Do we have
discussion if there is.
How do I handle that?
It just requires a second.
If you want to entertain a motion to reconsider, you certainly may.
What did he say?
If you want to entertain a motion to reconsider, you certainly may.
All right, so we need a second. Motion to
A
reconsider.
second on the motion to reconsider. That passes. Then.
It's a motion to reconsider first.
Yes,
Okay.
Correct.
that's correct.
So do we have a second?
Yes, I'll second that for the purposes of discussion.
All right.
So I'd like to, if I may, resubmit my
Wait a
motion.
minute. We
So-
have to vote.
So then
on-
you've got to vote.
We have to
Oh, I'm
vote
sorry.
Yes.
on the motion.
My fault. I'm sorry.
Right. So the city secretary call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem LeBrun,
Aye.
Councilmember Brizendine,
Aye.
Councilmember Hambrick,
Aye.
Councilmember Rasco,
Aye.
Councilmember Pulley,
Right. So we have a unanimous motion to reconsider. So now we will entertain a motion to reconsider. Item 7.
All right. Hey, Brent, come back, sir. I need you. Need a full council.
Oh,
This is something that
Is that
was
appropriate?
important to the Parks Board. I'd like to
Oh, I tell you.
reconsider the motion, which is to,
Point of order here.
Point of order?
I'm sorry. Yes, and you're leaving the table and he's calling you back. That is not appropriate.
I don't have a phone. Let me go in, Jeff.
Well, nobody asked you. If you have.
well, I did ask him to come back. If that is a violation, I apologize.
That's not a violation.
No.
Councilmember Rasco, I don't think that the point of order was directed at you. I think it was Councilmember Brisendine's polite request that to the greatest extent possible, council members remain at the table and nothing more. So nothing to do.
Thank you.
So-
So I would like to restate my original motion to approve parcel ID number R49178 Woodcreek, Texas, from Greenbelt District GB to Public Park P1. And that is section 6A, lot 68.
And this is the Brook Hollow Park.
Right, the Brook Hollow Park area that was brought to us
To
by the Parks
rezone.
Department.
Correct. So we have a motion. We need a second. Discussion on the matter? Any discussion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
one of the things about this particular piece of property is it's right next to Hog Creek. And we don't have a regular history of Hog Creek flooding. However, when it does, it floods quite a ways above the area where that park would be situated. We've been given some assurances that the pieces of play equipment would be mostly waterproof, but that still leaves, in other words, they won't rot because they've been underwater. That was spoken about either last council meeting or the meeting before that, which is well and fine, but we're also next to a wildlife area that has a lot of wildlife, snakes, all kinds of things that could harm the children that would be playing there. And that particular area may not be the optimum area for a play yard, so to speak. Also, there's very, very little parking and parks, in my mind, go hand in hand. And if we can't have adequate parking, then perhaps it should not be a play area. It is in the central part of Woodcreek, and many people would have to drive their cars there. They wouldn't be able to walk. It's a little too far, especially with young children. If there are other places where we can put a play area where we can have adequate parking, then I would like us to more seriously consider those areas over the Brook Hollow property.
Is there any other discussion?
But I see Mr. Rollins is here. And he may, the one concern, and I had this discussion with Mr. Rollins, and he can probably address. My concern, he addressed the parking, and I think that they have a plan that would work. One concern, and maybe you can address it as chair of the parks, is the location, the creek that is there, and the safety of the children when they're playing. How would we protect a child from going into the creek when it's full, or also the presence of, we have had several instances of coral snakes and including next door to my house. So that's one of the concerns that I believe, Mr. Rollins, when you and I spoke, I expressed, but if you would like to address that, would that be appropriate?
Certainly, if you'd like to. Chair Pat Rawlings is chair of the Parks Board.
Thank you, Aurora. I've been out there looking at the parking, and you're correct. We can manage the parking, and we can probably fit 4 or 5 cars in there. And plus, you have plenty of access pedestrian-wise. It is the most central city property that we have in Woodcreek. And we basically have no other properties that we can put a park on. And so if this park is basically killed off, not designated as a park, then we are basically killing off parks or killing off the ability to have play area for young children. And as far as coral snakes and aquatic life, I used to live up on Augusta Lane, and I had a coral snake in my backyard there. Just because it's close to water doesn't necessarily mean that there would be a snake there. I've been on that property numerous times and have been walking around in the tall brush and looking for signs of snakes, seen no evidence whatsoever of it. And we also have a situation where there is a dam that has been erected there that was not done by the golf course, and it needs to be basically opened up so the water is not standing in a tall enough height where a kid could drown in it. It's basically shin deep at deepest. And I've been looking at that as well. We could put a fence beside it, but then we would lose the potential for pointing out some of the natural features that the Hays County POSAC group is looking for. And you're just as likely to have snakes and dangerous wildlife at Augusta Park as you are as Brook Hollow. So I'm just saying that if we don't do Brook Hollow Park, then we're just signing off on parks in Woodcreek.
I have a question.
Sure.
If that is in fact the case, then why are we redesignating the Champion Circle as a park? Why was that requested?
That is not, I no longer have a dog in that fight. That is, we were at one point going to do that. But then, as it turned out, its drainage and its low area ended up making it not a suitable area for a park, and its proximity to Ranch Road 12 and the possibility of children running out of that park and getting run over by cars going 60 miles an hour.
So why was that request not withdrawn to rezone it as a park?
Ineptitude of the parks chair. I should have probably withdrawn it.
Well, the Parks and Recreation Board made the recommendation to rezone it, and so it went through the process. And the park chair would have had the right to remove it without the action of the Parks and Recreation Board.
It was an evolving situation. When we started the whole process, it seemed like a good idea, and we had talked about it a number of times, but during our meetings, we ended up discovering it wasn't as good a place to put a park as we thought.
If I may, I mean, a park, thank you. A park doesn't necessarily have to have playground equipment or adult exercise equipment or really anything else to be a park. I mean, it's just like we've called Triangle Park, for as long as I've been here. It's not a park, but it's a park to us. You know, so you know, some of it's nomenclature, but some of it is like, hey, you know, they've done the work. You know, we have to. I mean, I respect the work of the Parks and Recreation Board. You know, they put a lot of effort into this. You know, if they want to name it a park and not put any playground equipment or any exercise equipment on it or whatever else, it's still a nice place to go be away from everything and just consider being in the park. So it's just words.
Well, I would also say the same of a green belt. A green belt can also be used in that way without being designated as a park.
So what's the harm?
Okay.
She's crazy.
Let me ask. I believe that last month, this item was on the agenda for us to approve rezoning. And I do know that I voted nay, but the majority of council, this was approved by a vote of 3-2 to rezone. So the city manager can explain to me, I understand this item today is to make that a formal
This item is to actually change the zoning code to make it a park, since the council direction was to go ahead and proceed.
Okay, and based on my rule that once, even if I don't agree, even if I vote nay, once a majority of council votes, is an action that has been approved and is now, the zoning has been approved. So at this point,
The zoning hasn't been
The zoning
approved.
has not been approved. It
Today-
was just to go ahead and draft the ordinance to change the zoning.
that's what we've been
Today,
approved.
And that's what you have now.
voting
today's
the-
agenda item
We're voting
is
for the ordinance.
to rezone it.
Okay, based on the wishes of the majority last month,
Last time it
then
was-
I would call for the question.
Okay. So Aurora,
second.
is there any other discussion? Aurora has called for the question.
Second call.
All right, so the motion, would you read the motion? It's Jeff's motion.
Yeah, Councilmember Rasko read the item. To approve the ordinance amending the zoning classification of city-owned property, Woodcreek, Section 6A, Lot 68, further identified at Hayes County Appraisal District, parcel ID number R49178, Woodcreek, Texas, from Greenbelt to Public Park.
So Councilmember Rasko's motion was to approve the rezoning, and it was item 7. And I believe Councilmember Pulley seconded the motion. We had discussion, calling the question. The secretary will call the roll.
Are we voting on calling the question, or are we voting on the actual agenda item?
We're ready to vote, I believe.
Yes, we're voting.
Yeah, the actual agenda.
Okay.
Councilmember Hambrick,
Aye.
Councilmember Pulley,
Aye.
Councilmember Rasko.
Aye.
Councilmember Brizendine,
Nay.
Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem LeBrun.
Aye.
Right, so motion carries.
Thank you.
4-1. So we will go to, let's see, item 10, and we are going to, it's discussion and take appropriate action on an ordinance amending the amended 2020-2021 fiscal year budget. And I will turn this over to the manager.
Yes, you do have before you an ordinance that would amend the amended budget. Basically, in the amendment, let's see here. That the major categories that you can see that transfer from reserves is an additional 23,560. Our general fund revenues to offset expenses. We were 791,580 with our now estimated revenues of 840,800 for a difference of 49,220. Major categories again as you go through there, same thing for the expenses is that matched it up, and so $49,220 difference. Also, under the capital projects. That it was broken out for engineering services, 60,000 for the Woodcreek Drive improvements. So basically, there's a $75,000 difference because we did reduce also address the ADA requirements, health and safety, and reconfigure council chambers. That went from 100,000 down to 25,000 for a difference of 75,000. Anybody got any questions?
I do have a question,
Sure.
if I may.
Yes.
I'm sorry. On page 4 of 7, or page 48 of the packet, item 6,000.50 law enforcement. We still are showing 63,660. That was a contract with the constable. Are we,
It has never been formally ended.
I'm sorry?
It has not been formally ended. So,
Okay.
Yeah, we have not been billed by Hayes County, but it's never been actually acted on either by the constable's office, Hayes County, or the city council.
Well, I have a concern because this has been, we're getting to the getting
Budget.
pretty close to the end of this fiscal year, and I have a concern. The constable, the newly elected constable, made the decision to terminate the contract. He felt it was not within his roles and responsibilities. And I think that we should take action to formally terminate the contract and take those funds and return them to whatever else they belong appropriately. I'm not going to go into that.
It'll be on the next agenda then.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
I have a question.
Councilmember Pulley.
Thank you. We were talking about the constable. Are we taking that agenda item, that budget item out, and we're not paying the constable for patrolling anymore?
The constable has stated that he will go
I
ahead.
understand that. Are we doing away with that?
Well, we're not paying for additional hours.
Okay, so there's not going to be any continued effort with regard to traffic enforcement that's going away?
No, it still will be under the control of the constable and the Hayes County Sheriff's Department.
Okay, but our contract with them to give us special attention or extra attention, that's gone?
The contract that we had was for code enforcement.
Actually, I've read the contract.
I
That's
know,
not true.
but it
Anyhow,
was
let
code
me ask you another
enforcement and
thing.
also traffic.
You're saying $60,000 for Woodcreek Drive, or are you talking about repaving Woodcreek Drive? Is that in your budget amendment, or what is that?
The 60,000 that you're
Yeah.
asking about, that was engineering costs to do the project on Woodcreek Drive.
Okay, so that's through now, that we
Right.
paid them $60,000 to look at it.
That is the estimate to go through and bid it and the construction.
Okay, and again, that's not including any scope of work that would include traffic calming.
This
ideas,
council
right?
has never asked for an estimate for a scope of work from the
Yeah.
engineers for
I
traffic.
think my question is easier than that. It's not including any scope of work for looking at calming traffic on Wood Creek Drive or Brocala, right?
Right.
Okay. 75,000, I'm looking at, there's something is that for, it's reconfiguring City Hall? What is that? Remind me?
Well, that was a deduction, and it's still trying to, at some point, it's always been in the budget for the last 2 or 3 years to have a public meeting space at City Hall, a larger one. So that we, and that's what, since that money was not spent, I deducted that out of the budget.
But I mean, it looks like there's a budget increase for 75,000.
No, that's
for that.
decrease. It's
Say again?
negative. It's negative.
It's not been spent.
It's decreased.
It was in the
It's
budget.
got a
but-
negative sign in front of it.
Decrease and a decrease. So you're taking the 75,000 out.
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? So what action do we want to take on this, Mike?
We need to have a motion and a second if you want to adopt the budget amendment by the ordinance.
So we have a motion to adopt the budget amendment.
I would like to make a motion that we adopt the budget amendment as presented.
I second that motion.
So, Mayor Pro Tem LeBrun had the motion and seconded by Councilmember Brisendine. Is there any discussion further? We'll call the question, please.
Councilmember Pulley,
I'm going to abstain. We don't have adequate allowance for traffic calming on Wood Creek Drive. I can't support this.
Councilmember Hambrick,
Aye.
Councilmember Brisendine,
Aye.
Councilmember Rasco,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem LeBrun.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1, one abstention. Item 11, it is, let's see, 3:37, and we will enter into the budget workshop item.
Madam Chairman, could we take a short recess?
Can we please?
Absolutely. We'll take a recess. Guess I was kind of pushing us today.
Right under that bed.
Oh, I see.
Thank you.
11, the 2021-2022 budget workshop. It is, check the time for the workshop. It's starting at 3:55 p.m. And I will ask the manager to tell us about the budget
All right,
workshop.
basically, you have the second draft for the budget. Councilman Rasco, thank you for your comments that you sent to us. We have gone through and taken, changing just with the estimates. First line item we have on the top is the actual transfer from revenues or reserves, is because as you go through there, you'll see some of the increases. Basically, we're estimating, and I'm going to change this, but $336,400 for our ad valorem tax, state sales tax. This last month was about the same collection as a year ago, so that's why I haven't really adjusted that. I'm thinking that we're still going to be around the $97,500. A miracle did happen with the water service franchise fee. We had been maintaining at about 94,000, and this year with the newest, all the new homes we've had built and stuff, we're up to about 99,000. So I'm estimating 100,000 there. Let's see what else. New home permits. We don't know what's going to happen. I'm going to be very, very conservative on that. But we have had a good year this year. Let's see here. Sales tax, not sales tax, let's see, interest income. We're still sitting around the $2,000, and as you know, we've lost a lot of money there. But total general fund revenues with the transfer from reserves, I'm estimating $944,710. As you go through the expenditures for the salaries and wages, that category, that is with increases for service, and also it is also with our new city inspector estimated. We also have where retirement, you see you have two figures there on 5,000.40. We're under the 10.55% up until the end of December. It changes over to 10.91% starting January 1. And if anybody has any questions, stop me, please.
I have a question before we move to the next page.
Okay.
On inspections, can you tell me why that figure went down substantially?
Well, it's corresponds with new home permits and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, and it could change, but like I said, I was very conservative on that.
Okay.
So, Mr. Lutz, I mean, like you can't project forward. So, let's assuming the Oaks goes through with 16 homes.
Well, I could, but
you just don't.
You
You just take a conservative approach to it. I just need to understand the budget process.
Mm-hmm.
What would, I'm sorry. What would the Oaks, I mean, if 16 new homes in permit fees?
Well, permit fee.
Round numbers.
$16,000 plus inspections, and if they had to be redone.
Okay. Kind of what I thought.
If they were all constructed.
And how many buildable lots do we have left? About.
Well, I can't count the camp in there because they do have, they have buildable lots out in front. And what do you think?
Thinking 50 to 70.
50 to 70.
Is that excluding the camp?
Excluding these.
My little street of Westwood has 5 or 6.
Right. And then, well, on Wilson Circle, we have at least possibly 2.
Can we quantify that number possibly before we actually get into our actual budget? I'd like that number quantified.
Okay. Any more questions? I keep going through here. All right. So basically, office expenses, estimated down about $2,000. I reclassified basically under IT and radio, 15,000, but by reclassifying with journal entries, I'm estimating about 10,000 there. But then you look down, software subscriptions up at by 2,000.
Can you explain to me the difference between software subscriptions and IT?
Okay, IT would be the actual computers where we're leasing them, things like that.
Okay,
And radio, because we have a lease on our radios for our 2 handheld radios.
okay,
Software subscriptions, that's like $3,000 for the 2 radar signs we have out. That's that software. It's Adobe. It's anything that is
Okay.
actual operations.
Where does the website come in?
It comes in under software subscription.
That's okay.
okay.
Let's see here. Audit expenses, I did take out law enforcement, and that's the biggest change there. I've kept in, right now for legal expenses, we still have the general legal expenses. We're staying well within that budget. Legal reimbursable is where we bill people for legal work that was done for them, checking, basically like the oaths and somebody else like that. If we need to bill them on that. Still have $50,000 in there for litigation. Our special cases, there's a question raised about that. That is actually using, it's not important anymore, Wood Gosling.
Yeah.
For Aqua franchise, things like that. And we are in the process of finalizing that. So that could come out, but we are also looking at some other things they could do for us. IT services, of course, that's just hot IT, accounting.
Wait. What do you mean? IT is listed under,
IT is actually using the service 6,000.30. That is actually hot IT. That is them monitoring our system. And
okay, got it.
Yes.
Yeah, just a question, what are we doing today? Are we just, it's preliminary look at the budget and then we just move on? I mean, we're not approving anything
No,
today,
you're
right?
not approving anything. This is just what we have projected. And then I'll get into some of the big costs that we have
Yeah.
projected. But the approval of the budget won't be until September 15th.
Okay, so this first cut, we'll delve into it more later, right?
Well, and, if the mayor wants to call a special meeting, go through it as a workshop again. The next workshop right now is scheduled for September 8th.
Okay, thank you.
Everything else, basically, a lot of this has been the same. I did, let's see here, under 6,500.24, I added $30,000 in there for playground maintenance. And that's because under the POSAC grant, we have to show that the council is committed to the maintenance of the playground or in the park spaces. And so, that shows the commitment because they will not accept volunteer hours. So basically 30,000, and that's mowing, replacing mulch, anything we have to do.
Is this an arbitrary figure? Or have you gotten some bids?
I have no bids because it's making sure we have the funds available if we have to replace equipment. Not equipment, but in playground, the mulch, or the fall area, just general maintenance of the parks. But that basically just shows the county also that the city is committed to the maintenance by putting a budget in there.
Which we need for the application for the grant.
Right. That shows.
Just to
there's-
clarify that.
And, let's see here, right of way tree trimming, up to about 20,000 this time.
I have a question on the right-of-way tree trimming. I know we did it this year. Is this something we have to do every year? Could it be every other year?
Well, it depends because we had a high growth again, because of the rain and stuff. What we try to do is maintain a 16-foot clearance. And so also when the school buses come, we have to see if they're getting scratched. You got UPS delivery. So basically it just depends on what the growth has been for the year.
So there's a potential, because I know. So I was just thinking, because right now, they did a very good job with
They
the
did.
canopy last year, so I thought maybe we could skip a year.
Well, and it all depends on, it could, as I said, it just depends on what the growth has been and we start getting complaints about clearances. let's see here, we left the street maintenance at $50,000, but that's, that's just a general one.
Mr. Lewis, on the uncoded, the street safety, I put this in my notes.
Yes.
So street safety is on the bottom of page 2 under street maintenance, uncoded and unbudgeted.
Yes.
And that just, I don't know. First of all, I'm not sure exactly why that is the way it is. Secondly, and to, some of the comments that we've made previously, and something that is very near and dear to my heart is, looking at ways to implement traffic calming and working on that. So, and since it's not part of the Cape Freeze scope, it's something we really need to look at in the coming year. And so, can we put money in there? Or is it part of street maintenance? Or why is it sitting there without a code? I just don't understand how that's structured.
Okay, so that was originally put in by a different city council to have a category for that with nothing ever budgeted in there. So we never did remove it. Now, as you know, a budget is a working, breathing document. So at some point, if the council acts, if they want to ask for a scope of work from the engineers to find out about and look at traffic calming devices, things like that, then you can always amend the budget.
But potentially that could come out of street maintenance.
It sure could,
correct?
because we haven't been using the 50,000 for
Yeah.
street
Yeah.
maintenance.
So if we did ought to do that, it could come out of that section rather than it being specifically budgeted.
Yeah, because frankly, I was kind of surprised when we were talking to Cape Freeze about Woodcreek and street maintenance. If I'm sitting there as an engineer representing my company and the city council is going, oh, can't you add that to the scope of work? Yeah, sure, I'll come back with that. And I was just surprised that it just sort of died on the vine there when that seems to be the time to be talking about those kind of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. And basically, it's kind of like Councilmember Brisbane said, used to street maintenance was everything.
Mhm. Yeah. I would like to, keep that in everyone's mind and top of mind. I don't think we need to spend, all $50,000 on traffic calming on Woodcreek, but it is something we're going to be paying close attention to next year, I think.
Let's see here. We have a lot of street signs that need to be repaired or replaced, so we left that at the same. Basically, that you see 126,500. The majority of that is for the playground maintenance. Is why we're up there. Let's see. Other operating expenses held it about the same as what we have. With everything opening up again, for meeting expenses, employee and elected body travel, and also training and professional development. That's back to about what it was. But, the good thing is the elected body does have a chance to go for training now. Then everything else was pretty constant. Municipal court judge, 8020.20. That we're under agreement with him on that.
Okay, go back up a little bit.
Okay.
7,000.50, community events.
Okay.
I know that it's part of the 2030 plan we have not done is to begin to do some community events.
Yes. Yes.
So that is what,
And that's what they'll be for. It has for National Night Out, Neighbor to Neighbor, if we start a neighborhood watch program, if the Parks and Rec Board decide to have some kind of event for Halloween, things like that. So that's why it's been up. That's why it's been in
okay,
increase.
and another, I'm tired, so 6,500.40. Do we need to keep that category since we folded the 3-limb pickup and the bulk into the Waste Connections franchise?
Yes. The only reason that's still in there is because, when you look under 2016-17, we still show expenses there.
Yeah, we did.
So we move in and add onto this, each one of these years will fall off. So in 3 years, that category will be removed.
Yeah, because we were able to get Waste Connections to do it
Yes.
for free,
Right.
without increasing rates,
That's right. So once we go 3 more years from now, it'll fall off there.
then it'll fall off. Okay, good.
Brenton, could I suggest that we individually continue to go through this?
Yes.
But over the next week before the September 8th meeting,
Mhm.
if we set that date, that we submit any questions,
Yes, please.
issues now to
Yes.
you,
Yeah.
that would be
Yes.
helpful, I think.
I got a picture.
And the way I understand
No, I
it,
sent him to him.
Yeah,
We had a deadline for like August 27th, I thought. To get notes in.
You're ahead of us.
So see, I actually have it
July
here,
27th, I mean.
and with each item listed what you had a question on.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
So
I figured you did.
Yeah, I do too.
for the September 8th meeting, if we have some items that we would like to have and considered, we would like to have them considered, should we, how do we submit them?
you can submit them to me, but I think, and if Danny can schedule us one in, I think we need another workshop before September 8th.
Okay.
Because
Okay, good.
that's where we're starting to roll into the actual legal part of adopting the budget.
Okay, because
And so I'll work with the mayor to find, set a special meeting for that.
there are some things.
Yes.
Okay, so then that would be at the point where we present any,
And I would recommend, once I meet with the mayor, but probably within 2 weeks,
in 2 weeks?
sometime in there.
Right, yeah, we should meet, within a couple of weeks here, so we're not
Yes.
pushing, the deadlines on
Let's see here.
the budget.
Right. So basically, and then when you look under miscellaneous item, there's where a large amount of the costs are. And basically still, hey, I'm still saying need a pickup truck. Finalize the comp plan. We have the emergency generator city hall for 15,000, emergency sirens for 50,000, and the POSAC grant match for 67,500, which that's a total of 197,500.
What is your line number? What's the line number on that?
It's 8,900. It's actually I highlighted in the green below everything else. Okay, yeah, well, it's not highlighted in y'all's, but it's gray if you have it printed out.
Yeah.
But the 8,900 miscellaneous is 197,500. It's itemized below the revenues less expenditures line item. There's 1, 2, 3, 5 things there. Then in the capital projects reserves for 550,000 and American Rescue Plan Act. That's what we're eligible for. We're working on that for drainage. So that shows up as expenses for the street improvements on Woodcreek Drive, drainage, and then again, this has been in there, I guess, for 3 or 4 years, public meeting space addition.
And you would have, when we have the workshops about the drainage, we have detail.
We have been working with the engineers and identified the areas that would have the largest impact on the population.
Okay.
And they provide the white papers on that for me, but we have to show that how we're affecting the largest population.
That's good. So I guess.
So if as you go through here, please email me, and then we'll have it worked up with a sheet showing what all the council members have recommended or asked questions on, and for the next workshop. Anybody have any more questions?
I have just one.
Okay.
7500.11 and 7500.21, both show to be electricity. Is there a reason why we have two categories?
The 1.1 is city hall utilities.
Uh-huh.
2.1 is outdoor utilities.
Could we put those together?
No, we like to keep them broken out.
Well, could it be the same number with it as a secondary category?
Well,
Because I see on 2.1, there was nothing budgeted. I mean,
no, if you go down outdoor utilities, the subcategory is 2.1 and 2.2, but you look at 20, that's outdoor utilities. So that's subcategory.
okay,
Yeah,
got it. That's confusing.
it is.
So are we about to go to 12? Is there any other issue on the budget workshop? Should I close the workshop?
Unless no one, does anybody
Any
else
other
have any more questions?
And just remember to send in any information, and we'll be setting up a special meeting soon. All right, so we will close the workshop at 4:16 PM and move to item 12, and this is to set the September 8th, 2021 public hearing on the proposed budget. And this is during the regular city council meeting, which commences at 2, so we would, I'm certain, be setting this earlier.
Well, no, it would be actually held.
After 2.
And why we
After
said at the regular city council meeting commencing at 2.
Within the-
So we could have it sometime within that meeting.
Okay, within the meeting. So I do need a motion
Okay.
on item 12.
I move that we set September 8th, 2021 for public hearing on the proposed 21-22 budget during the regular city council meeting on that date.
And a
I second it. I second it.
So Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem LeBrun, motion, and seconded by Councilmember Bruce, Hambrick. Councilmember Hambrick. Is there any discussion on this? City
What are we
Secretary will
voting
call
on?
the
We're
roll.
voting on setting it for the September 7th, I'm sorry, September 8th? Is that what we're voting on?
Just for the budget workshop, for the public hearing on the budget.
Okay, thanks.
Our regular meeting. City Secretary will call the roll.
Councilmember Pulley,
Aye.
Councilmember Rasco,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem LeBrun,
Aye.
Councilmember Brizendine,
Aye.
Councilmember Hambrick,
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Item 13, discuss the no new revenue tax rate and the voter approval tax rate and the impact on taxpayers.
Okay, and usually I have a breakdown on this, but I did not receive all the documentation till this morning. But what I'm going to recommend right now, the voter approval rate, let's see here, let me bring it up.
That's a rollback rate.
Just a second here. Okay, so the no new revenue rate is at 0.2047. The voter approval rate is 0.2071. Now, you do have the option to do the diminished rate, which would generate an additional $500,000. And that's at let's see, make sure. Uh, 0.3868. Now, what staff would recommend is to have the council vote on and take a vote to set the rate at the voter approval tax rate. Because the thing is, you can always go down, but you can't go up. So, just because you say, okay, this is what we're going to publish in the paper, this is what the proposed rate is, you can always adjust it down. So what we would recommend is, that would mean that the voter approval rate would be 0.2071. And so maintenance and operation would be at 0.1291, and then the INS would be 0.0780. So basically what we're recommending is to set at the voter approval rate, which is a 3.5%.
Quick question, what is it now currently?
Right now, we are at 0.2231.
So that's actually a decrease.
It's a decrease, yes.
Councilmember Pulley?
Yeah, are we setting a tax rate today?
No, this
Okay.
is a proposed rate. You will not set the tax rate. The next agenda item is to set the public hearing for September 8th on the tax rate.
So what are we doing today?
You have, by law, you have to make a proposed rate. So this is your proposed rate, so they'll be published in the paper, but you can always go down from there.
And the proposed rate is the
The,
voter approval tax rate.
right, which is the
Okay.
3.5% increase.
3.5%.
Right, that used to be called the rollback rate, right?
Yes,
Okay.
it's all new terminology.
So you need a motion
I need a motion to set the
to
proposed
set
rate
the
at
proposed
the,
rate at the voter approval tax rate
voter approval rate,
of
0.2071.
Point of order, this,
271.
the agenda says discussion. It does not say anything about action.
Well, the next one, the next one.
14
Oh,
does.
so we moved. Okay.
14 does, yeah. We're moving down. It was discussing the issue of the
Got
two
it.
Now we're on
potentials. But we
Sorry,
don't have
I
to
didn't
vote.
realize we moved.
I'm moving fast.
Madam Mayor, are we at item 14?
Yes.
We are at 14 for the motion.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the proposed tax rate of 0.2071.
I second that motion.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Hambrick, seconded by Councilmember Brizendine. And is there any discussion?
I have a question. Is that going to result in a tax increase based on increased values?
I don't know. Yeah, but what I'm stating, council member, is if you just set the proposed rate at 0.2071, you can always go down from there.
Yeah, I mean, my question is, if we vote for this, does that represent a tax increase? And your answer is, I don't know.
Well, it depends on what the valuations are.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, we
Thanks.
have no way of knowing that.
Right.
That's set by the county. It is a decrease though from our current rate.
Yes, it is.
Well,
So
the rate may be less, but the actual, what you pay could
I
be more,
understand
right?
that, but we don't control the valuations. The
And I
county
will,
does.
and like I said, usually I have the worksheet showing what somebody, their home is paid at 200,000 will be paying 250. But because I didn't get this until this morning, I don't have that sheet, but it'll be at the next.
Okay, but you don't know, but we could be in fact voting for a tax increase, right?
No.
Based on the valuation, based on a valuation increase, this could be a tax increase.
It could be.
Okay. Thank you.
any other discussion? City Secretary will call the roll.
Mayor Pro Tem LeBrun,
Aye.
Councilmember Brizendine,
Aye.
Councilmember Pulley,
Not going to vote for a tax increase. No.
Councilmember Hambrick,
Aye.
Councilmember Rasco,
Aye.
So we have, motion carries 4-1. So item, let's see, what are we doing? 15, we're going to discuss setting September 8th, also the same day that we're setting the public hearing. September 8th for a public hearing on the proposed tax rate during the regular city council. So we'll be having two public hearings
Yes.
on the September 8th.
And the actual adoption of the budget and the tax rate would be at the September 15th special meeting.
Okay. So, but we're not passing on the 15th at this
No.
time. So I do need a motion.
I move that we set the public hearing on the proposed tax rate for 2021 for September 8th, 2021, to be held during the regular city council meeting on that date.
All right, second.
I second that.
Mayor Pro Tem LeBrun. Motion seconded by Councilmember Hambrick. City Secretary will call the roll.
Councilmember Hambrick,
Aye.
Councilmember Brizendine,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem LeBrun,
Aye.
Councilmember Rasco,
Aye.
Councilmember Pulley,
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. We will move to item 16. We are going into executive session. I assume there's no objection. For the purpose of consultation with legal counsel pursuant to Chapter 551.071, pending litigation regarding cause number 20-1401, Brent H. Pulley versus Gloria Whitehead in her official capacity as mayor and presiding officer for the city of Woodcreek City Council and the city of Woodcreek, Texas. So we'll go into executive session, and it is 4:26 PM. Where are you going? Bud, where are you going?
Yeah, tell us how it is. Tell us how it is. Oh, well.
Oh, we're at Creekside? Are you going to Creekside?
All right. Tell us how it is.
Thank you.
See you. We want a full report.
Yeah.
We're ready, Gloria. Almost.
So I'm going to reconvene the council meeting. It is 6:16 PM and we have adjourned from the executive session and there was no action taken to report this time. So we are adjourned.
Thank God. No, I was, oh.